There we go. Hi, good morning. Oh boy. Friday morning. Ready to get started. I am excited for this live stream. I'm excited because I think I can get a lot done. Also, earlier this week, I had such a frustrating time with my internet trying to live stream. During my Tuesday live stream, it was so slow, and I did all this stuff to troubleshoot. Anyway, in the end, I realized I just need to have a wired connection to my router. I mean, I don't remember the last time I plugged my laptop into internet. It had to have been when I was in college. It had to have been like early 2000s, I think. So it was such a throwback feeling, but I ordered this equipment and had to get like an adapter and stuff. And last night I finally got everything and I plugged into my router and I was like, ooh, flashbacks. And then I was like, let me just go and test it. It's so fast. I was messaging a friend and I was like, let's see. This is me holding my phone. I was like, let's see how fast Facebook loads. And I was like, wow, that was so quick. And I was loading YouTube videos and I would click play. There was no load time. There was no waiting for the video to start. It was like, bam, the video. And I was, listen. It's not like I go out to parties anyway, but especially the last year, it's not like I'm going out and doing a lot of fun things. And so this like lightning fast internet, which you hear on commercials, it was real. And I was very impressed. Anyway, good morning, Morgan. It's lovely to have you here. Morgan, you just listened to me talk about internet, but it was a big moment. What you working on this morning, Morgan? I'm going to get our first timer pulled up here for our first 10-minute sprint. Oh, just hit the wrong thing. Let's see here. It's just a StreamYard ad, as usual. All right. Let me think. This morning, I'm going to have to take there's so many different things that I want to work on. But yesterday was a pretty long work day, and so I didn't take the time to look at my bullet journal to figure out what I wanted to work on this morning. So I think that's what I'll do. This first 10-minute sprint is just wrap my head around what it is I want to accomplish. So let's go ahead and get started. Morgan, getting fiber optics soon, and you're so pumped. What have you been using instead? Have you had like a hotspot type thing? Are they like just so Morgan lives out in the country, the legit country, in a beautiful piece of land. Yeah, so what have you been using? That'll make a huge difference for you. You're gonna take Puck on a walk soon. That's nice. It's a nice chilly spring morning. Do you like chilly spring mornings, Morgan? I feel like you do. You appreciate like snow and stuff. You're an all-weather kind of girl, right? Okay. I'm excited for you to get the faster internet. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get this going, and our little timer will start us off. It didn't. What happened? It didn't do the little... Well, I'll just start it off myself. I don't know why this YouTube. I muted YouTube. There we go. I was like, my volume is up on my computer. My volume is up on the YouTube video. Why is it not? Why is my chosen timer not playing its jaunty little tunes for us? I had muted the site temporarily. Okay, that was a good sprint for me. I just honestly was just sort of dumping out everything that's on my mind, whether it's work related, personal, making your impact related, just kind of getting it out. There's like this, there is a benefit of dumping everything. It's called a brain dump, of kind of getting it all out of your head. But then sometimes you see it on paper and it's like, oof, that's a lot to do. I'm not sure not sure how I'm going to get all that done. But the thing is, then you just take one step after another. That's what my week has been like this week. I, after wrapping up first quarter at work, this week was a lot of planning ahead, like for like into next year, actually, for work. Just sort of like thinking of everything that needs to get done through the rest of the year, and then beginning to think about all the little things that need to be done for each of those things. And so that can seem overwhelming, but I know that when I can have the time to take those lists and start prioritizing, and delegating and all of that, I know it will be beneficial. But then sometimes you're looking at the list and you're like, this is a little much. But then also, like, it's for the whole rest of the year. My thing is, I make the list and I'm like, this all must be done today. And that's not the case. So, oh boy, the mental gymnastics. Oh, Morgan, yes, we missed that little sound. Problem solved. You looked at skincare. If you find something good, let me know what it is. I think skincare is very interesting. I had never really been much of a shopper at like Marshall's or TJ Maxx, but because I'm not into clothes shopping that much, and that's what I associated it with. And then a couple years ago, I went in there for some reason, and it had always been there, but I discovered the skincare section and like the hair care products, and I'm like, well, I could stand here for hours just looking at all the ingredients and choosing stuff, and then it's so affordable. I bought in at that point. I'm like, okay, I get it. You just have to find your part of those kind of stores that you really like. Also, purses. I never buy them, but they're fun to look at. One day at a time. You're so right, Morgan. You're so right. You just identify what you can do one day at a time, and you just tackle things a little bit. Because I think we all know past experience shows chipping away at something really does work. It does end up happening. And for me too, I think I've realized I am a very future thinker. Maybe everybody is, I don't know, but there's like quizzes or something about, what you tend to focus on. And I think I tend to think almost maybe too far out into the future. And that's overwhelming because it doesn't all get done today. And so I think reeling myself back into what's happening right now is also helpful. Morgan, what are you writing these days? I know I actually know Morgan personally. You've mentioned to us what you were writing, but I was wondering what you were working on like these days. Are you going to write this weekend? Morgan says it's my super girly moment. TJ Maxx and Marshalls, yes, they're awesome. Morgan, I always say this about Morgan. She's one of the badassest people I've ever known. She puts her hair in a long braid and she trains horses and she races them in barrel races, which I didn't know what they were before knowing Morgan. And she sends us videos, and I'm like, but how? I cannot even imagine. I'm very risk averse with stuff like that. And I'm like, horses are very beautiful and dangerous. I shall look at you from afar, maybe pet your nose, and then I'm good. And then Morgan gets right in there, and she freaking like competes and stuff, and it's so fun. Morgan, did I ever tell you, this is probably better for a personal conversation, that my aunt did that. She did, I don't know if she did races. I honestly can't remember, but I remember as a kid, we would go into her like childhood bedroom, and it was just covered. I can still remember it to this day, covered in ribbons of all colors and trophies. And she did all kinds of horse shows, and she trained horses. And I was too young when she was still actively doing that to really remember all of that, all the detail, because I didn't have like a frame of reference for it. But anyway, there's a horse, what is it? A gene, I guess. Like my aunt and then my sister was super into horses, and then one of my nieces was super into horses. Like it kind of followed. You can see like a genetic predisposition for being super into horses, I guess. Um, yeah. Morgan, did you ever read horse books when you were a kid? I read them because we had them as my sister had them, like Misty of Chincoteague and My Friend Flicka, right? Horse books. Did you read any of those? Morgan says, I just don't know any different with horses. It's just normal to your childhood. Okay, right. You grow up in it. Right. That makes sense too. Yeah. It's like the family business. That's really cool. Morgan, I might invite myself out to your place at some point when the world normalizes, because I just would love to see it. It's so pretty. I used to get in trouble as a kid for inviting myself places, and I'm still doing it today. It's still going strong. I would never want to inconvenience you. Maybe we can just figure out a time. Okay. Well, let's see. I have enjoyed chatting with you. Morgan, it will be nice to see you again in person, probably before too long, right? There's lots of things looking up. Or so it seems these days, things are looking up. And and so it's funny because in comparison to the before times, saying, yeah, I could probably see you in like a few months would seem like a long time. But in the context of this last year, I'm like, I might be able to see you in the summer. And it's great. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll do our 25-minute sprint. I wrote down a bunch of notes, but still not sure what I'm going to work on quite yet. But 25 minutes is long enough to decide that and get started on it. All right. Yay, Morgan says I can come anytime. We'll set it up. We'll set up when it's safe for everyone. Oh, it was faint, but there it was. Okay, I'll get started now. That went really fast. I learned something about myself during that productivity block. And the thing that I learned was that I am very out of practice with scheduling all the components, putting together all of the components for a social media post about my podcast. This season, I'm adding in a different component to episodes and to the social media posts. And I started to get stuff. I started to get the post loaded in, and I realized, so at the end of each episode, I like to do, the podcast is called Making Your Impact. It's linked below. Podcast to inspire and equip you to pursue your calling and make a positive difference in the world. And I've started adding in like a few 3 to 5 impact highlights at the end of each episode. And for this one, I realized I couldn't find them anywhere. I have a lot of notes for each episode. And I think this one that is coming out this coming week is my 21 for 2021 list. And I'm pretty sure after searching for several minutes, where on earth could I have saved the document for this episode? I realized I think that I didn't type it up. I always smack myself in the face with these ribbons. I didn't today, but I came dangerously close. I think that I just had my list and I just read them and provided commentary on each of them and then formulated the impact highlights off the top of my head based on what I had recorded. So I'm going to have to figure that out. But still, that's what I decided to do. I was like, what can I engage in today, this morning, that will reduce my stress and, most importantly, make it so that the night before the podcast episode comes out, I'm not scrambling to get all of this done. This is how it used to be. So I'd stay up way too late. And I've worked really hard to shift that to going to bed early and getting up early because I just concentrate so much better. Like, it's just so different. And yeah, I would very often be Tuesday night and I would be so tired and I would be putting all this together. So now, I had been working on the episodes in advance for a couple of months, and now they're out. Just on Wednesday, my first episode of this season after a several month long hiatus finally came out, and I'm like, I got to get this stuff pumped out now, basically. And upon saying that internally, I'm like, okay, start the next time block. Start it so that we can get going and finish more. I inspired myself / stressed myself out. It's a fine line between the two. All right, little timer, start us off. Sometimes our little jaunty timer is like, I'm not done yet. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I almost said is a harbinger of doom, but it's really, really not that at all. I'm just like, oh boy, it's interrupting me. That was good. That was a pretty productive sprint for me. I'm getting my stuff scheduled. I got next week's episode done. I'm almost done, but the timer interrupted me. Almost done with getting this next one all scheduled up. Yeah, I'm getting stuff knocked off my list. It's more slow going. I'm just so out of practice with all of this, and I'm doing it a little bit differently. And the things that I decided to add to the podcast, I didn't decide until earlier this year that I was going to add those to the podcast and to the social media posts. But the episodes that I'm posting, I actually recorded last year before making that decision. And so they're not exactly set up. Now I set them up in a way expecting that I'll do that. But these older ones aren't. So this is just it's a matter of going back, and it's not efficient, which is always irksome to me. Oh, hello. AllyDeatherage is here. My great friend. AllyDeatherage has joined us. Morgan is gone. Yes. Well, Morgan might hop back in for a little while. And so she will see your greeting, Ally, and it will make her happy. Ally, Morgan, and I had a delightful conversation about horses and horse books. And Morgan made the good point that didn't show up for me right away, that she had read horse books, but horses die sometimes. Or something bad happens. I get it. Yep. Nope. I'm out. Something bad happens to the main animal? No way. I will not watch the movie about the dog starring Owen Wilson and it's not Rachel McAdams, is it? They're a couple in Wedding Crashers. And I can't remember the name of the book. Oh, I can see the book cover and I can see the poster. It's about a dog. I'm like, no, I'm not going to watch that movie. I don't care how cute it is when the dog is a puppy. You know what's coming. No. Oh, it's Jennifer Aniston in that movie with him? Wow, would not have gotten that. No way. No how. I'm not watching a movie or reading a book about that. Marley and Me. All I could think of was Murphy, which I knew was wrong. No way. No way. Not going there. I have like a traumatic childhood memory of going to see, this was in the 80s. I must have been so little. It was a movie called Benji. I don't remember anything about it. I have a vague memory of being in the movie theater with my mom and my grandma, and it's billed as like a kid's movie, right? Like if I remember correctly from my very young childhood, I'm going to have to look it up and see. Benji like gets lost, right? And so I think it's about his journey back to his family. And I remember sobbing. And I think that I sobbed, I think it was at the end of the movie after it was all done that I just started crying. And my mom and my grandma are like perplexed because they're like, it's okay. He found his family. But I think this is so funny. This is so how I am. I'm like, what if he hadn't? It doesn't always work out that way, does it? I'm like 3 or 4 years old, I'm guessing. And I'm like, no. And like I remember that feeling inside. It's such a strong emotional memory of just heartbreak and hopelessness. This movie I didn't understand as a kid. As a kid, you don't know. As an adult, you're like, this is going to have a happy ending. But you don't know that as a kid. It's your first time. You don't understand genres of movies and stories. Oh my gosh. Oh, Allie is so with me on this. Homeward Bound. I was older when Homeward Bound came out, and I understood genres then, and I knew they would make it back. But you're younger than me, Allie, and so it's a very similar experience. Yeah. Morgan, walk was awesome. Doing some free writing as well as picking up where I left off on an old piece that is fantasy. Morgan, that's so cool. Morgan was roaming the hills and the fields and the trees of her country home. Um, and she has sent it. Morgan is actually people. Morgan is actually people that we know. And so we have Allie and I have at least some idea of. Oh, because she sent like videos and polos and photos of where she lives. It's gorgeous. Yeah, Morgan, I don't think I knew that you wrote fantasy either. Sometimes, and I'm sorry, it's hard sometimes to keep track. But that is so cool. Okay, so is this like a section of a novel? Is it a short story? That seems definitely right up your alley. Haha, because Morgan and Allie aren't in here. Yeah, that is so cool. All right. Well, was quite the conversation that we had during this break. It was emotional and childhood memories. Okay, I say we dive back in. I am so ready to knock some more off my list. Oh, the garbage collectors. I was like, what is that noise? It always, every Friday morning when they come, it always takes me like 3 or 4 seconds to be like, what's happening? Then I remember it's happy things. The garbage collectors have come. So by excuse me, by the end of this next sprint, I will have this line with a solid pink through it, which means the episode is donezo. It is complete. It's all uploaded and it is ready to go. And then hopefully, and then I don't know what'll come next, but that's my goal. I'll show it to you. Let's start it up. If you stop me up. That's a Rolling Stones song, and I can't say start it up without singing it because Mick Jagger, if you start me up, like it's a really specific thing, and I have to sing it. It's not unlike Andy Bernard in The Office, like when he starts to sing a song, he has to see it through to the end. I wouldn't say I'm not like that. Here we go. Well, how'd that go? You may have seen me, although if you were working on your own stuff, you might not have noticed that I did, in fact, make my nice pink highlighter line through this episode about grit that will come out in 2 weeks. Got it fully uploaded, and I tried to highlight to camera, and then when I looked, it was very wobbly, and that amused me. So I got that done, and now I pulled up the episode that will come out after it. So during this next, probably is going to take 2 time blocks for me. I will listen to it on fast forward, which I've played for you all before, in which I sound like a chipmunk and never ceases to amuse me. I get used to it after a while, but it's always funny every time. So I got that pulled up. Just a quick run through. It was edited by a very competent intern last fall, but just want to go through and listen to it. And I guess if I were going to make a really wild and out there goal, it would be to have that episode finalized. And I really think I can, because it's all edited, get it finalized, get it uploaded, create my social media graphic, get all of that scheduled, which means that my episodes would be scheduled through the first week of April, which is great, which gives me a good amount of padding to do some more writing of episodes. I only have a few more that I need to actually write. Otherwise, it will be interviews. Oh, Allie, you messaged me yesterday about scheduling your interview, and whatever you suggested was going to work for me. Was that next Friday, I think? Yes, that will work. Yes, hashtag awesome Allie will be a guest on the pod let's see, I've got her scheduled for the first week of June, because June is going to be book themed. And so we're going to kick it off with Allie's book, Sort by Season. Allie was my last guest of 2020. Her episode is up. And at that point, we were talking more about VIP Kid, where Allie teaches English to children who live in China. And we were like, ooh, teasing this book that she was going to have out in January, and now it's been done. It's all published, and she's going on pods and marketing it. So that'll be fun to have the resolution to that. So we'll do that. But anyway, before that, the next few weeks, I'll be using this time to prepare episodes further in advance. Oof. It's a time-consuming process, but it's rewarding. Why? I don't know, but it is. I'll tell you what, if I had never done the podcast, I don't know if I would be doing this right now. It definitely was really when I started writing my memoir in 2017 that kicked everything off, and so much has come out of that. Okay, anyway, this is a little bit of background. We are not presently muted for a 25-minute block. I did, however, get a snack. I've taken 1 bite, and I got a coffee, nice fresh coffee, and some water. So I'm all set for probably the last couple hours of this. I'm not sure if I will go past 11:30. I might. It's probably going to depend on how much I can get done. Once 11:30 hits, if I don't feel like I'm at a stopping point, I'll probably keep going. Funky Side just says Deatherage. I'm not sure if we know you or if I'm saying your name correctly, but yes. Allie's last name technically is pronounced Deatherage, but it is most definitely spelled Deatherage. Yes, which is funny if you ever met her. She's just one of the kindest, sweetest, most positive people ever, with such an epic last name. Welcome, Funky Sai. I think this is your first time here. Let me know if I am mispronouncing your name. But yeah, we're happy to have you. I say let's dig in. Let's dig into our next 25-minute time block. I will dig into my snack as well. Got that pulled up. And let's what else we got here? Oh, Funky Side comes to your live stream sometime. So you understand. You know how wonderful Ally is. Oh, Funky Side is correct. Awesome. I like it. I like unique spellings of words. I like the PH for your funky. I like it. Okie doke. Let's kick it off. Get my timer going here. There we go. And our timer will start us off with this jaunty little tune. Wow. That. Recently have heard people use the phrase, now we're cooking with gas, a few times in the last week, which was surprising. I heard it from like 3 different, like in a podcast, in a TV episode, and I think in a YouTube video. And I was like, that's something that my mom would have said, but I didn't. It was like also people, like younger people using the phrase. And I was like, oh, the phrase persists. Anyway, that's how that felt this last episode. Also, this week, I made the purchase of these back scratchers. I got 5 in one pack. I'm scratching my face now. I got 5 in a pack from Amazon. I had been wanting these forever, but I kept thinking, are they really worth it? They weren't expensive. Oh my gosh. I had just grabbed it to get a spot at my back. That's the stuff. Oh my gosh. They have changed my life. I got them on Wednesday and I love them. I have one in my car. I'm going to keep one in my office when I go back to my office, one in my bedroom, one in my office, one in my living room. And I'm like, this is a life changer. I'm so serious. Sometimes you got an itchy back. I'm so glad I got it. My grandma was right. She always kept them on hand. Smart cookie. So I got almost all the way through listening to this episode. The intern that I had last fall did a great job, as I expected, but there are a few little things that I've caught. Let's see. How much further do I have to go? Oh, I only have I have less than 5. Is that right? Less than 5 minutes to go in listening through this episode. I'm so excited about that. And I also, the nice thing is that as I'm listening, I'm photoshopping the photo that I'm going to use for this post after kind of some slow starts to the day today. That really felt like I was getting some stuff done. Allie says, new Etsy listing up. Hurrah. Allie's Etsy shop, which is very cute, is listed in the description below. She's got a new listing up. I think, Allie, your goal is to do a new listing every Friday, right? I think this is one of the paintings that she did, which she turns into bookmarks and digital images for computer screen backgrounds or phone backgrounds. You should go check it out. My Etsy store is also linked below. I like to make mugs. I like to make mugs. That is my business mission statement. I like to make mugs. I started designing mugs that encourage people in making their impact because that's my whole thing. This is not one of them. This is a Christmas owl mug that I'm using today. I guess I could show my mugs to you. I could do that. Let's see. Funky Sai says, my friend says cooking with peanut oil. That's interesting. Is peanut oil a more effective oil? Maybe peanut oil heats up faster. I don't know the physics of oil heating up, but I like it. Oh, yep. Okay. Letting your dog out. Give your doggo a special pat from all of us, Funky Sai, a special loving pat and a greeting from all the peeps on the live stream today. Yes, and Allie confirms. Oh, Allie also said that she has a back scratcher. It's a life-changing purchase. Okay, and yes, Allie posts every Friday. Nice. Oh, Allie, is this the one that you were showing me earlier this week? It's very pretty. It makes me think of a beach or also an agate. Are you familiar with an agate? Am I thinking of the correct rock? An agate. I am indeed. Oh, now I got this image pulled up. Oh no, where'd it go? Yes. The colors are that of a beach and the ocean. Okay, let me reshare here. An Allie's new painting. But the pattern of it makes me think of an agate. Let's see if I can pull it up better. A mineral. 'Tis a mineral. Quartz, apparently. All right. Well, wow. Okay. We're just trying to look at a photo, but okay, Britannica. Okay, there you go. Oh, and it didn't even, I made it bigger, but it opened up a new it opened up a new tab. Oh, it's the teal, black, and white one. Never mind. It's not even the one I was thinking of. But that's okay. We've all learned a little something more about agates today. Oh, right. Yeah, you should go check out her art. It's pretty. And with that, I say let's go ahead and jump into, oh, we got some more comments. Oh, she posted the link. Fantastic. Have a look-see. I'm ready to dive in. Let's do it. Our pretty cute little pastel timer will start us off with the gentlest. It's like when they fire a pistol, but it's very gentle and sweet. Okay. Starter pistol. That's the word I was thinking of. I had some rain sound going to block out just a little bit of outdoor noise. Wowzers. That's all I got to say about that sprint. The first part, the majority of the episode that I'm editing went super quick. There weren't very many changes to make at all. And in the second half, as I was listening, I was like, oh yeah, I had challenged myself. This is an episode about the power of gratitude, like just bananas scientific research about the power of gratitude. Like things that I had never known before. I knew like it was good for you. It's good to practice gratitude. It's helpful. No, like all these, there's science about people's mental health, physiological responses to practicing gratitude, like recording gratitude regularly, like lowering your blood pressure, improving your heart rate, boosting your immune system. And I'm sure I just scratched the surface. But anyway, it was interesting to re-listen. But in the episode, I had challenged myself to regularly practice gratitude with a gratitude journal I had. And then I was going to record something to add about this, because I recorded this last fall before I had decided to go on a long hiatus. So I thought I was going to do it for the 2 weeks before Thanksgiving. So that's different, but I actually did it for longer. Anyway, I really enjoyed doing the gratitude practice, but now I need to write and record an additional part real quick, which I think I can do in the next time block pretty easily. But I had to laugh. I was like, right, I forgot what I had done there. But this is a real benefit to doing these live streams, and how I'm still uncovering how the practice of the time block helps me prioritize what I can get done quickly and efficiently right now. So rather than dive into that part of the rewrite and the recording, I knew I wasn't going to have time for that. Instead, I paused and I uploaded the first half to Anchor, wrote the caption, finalized my graphic. I'm starting to upload it to social media. And I was like, wow, I'm still discovering how much more productive this truly can make me. So that was really happy. That was a really happy moment for me. That was happy for me. Anyway, let's see here. Allie tried making her first reel on Instagram, and Instagram cut it short. Excuse me. Allie, I so far haven't made reels on Instagram. I've done them on TikTok and then shared them on Instagram. On TikTok, you choose between 15 and 60 seconds. I don't know if that's like a setting. I don't know if that's helpful to you at all. But yeah, that's just how it goes. The first time you're trying stuff like that, you can't know the limitations and stuff until you just try it. But that's exciting. I look forward to seeing your first Instagram reel. Oh, it's so frustrating, though, when you get it just right, and then for some reason the app messes something up, for crying out loud. Funky Sai says, managed to get some good editing done. Fantastic. Halfway through draft 3. Wow, that's great. Oh, gotta run. Okay, Funky Sai, have a wonderful rest of your day, wherever in the world you are. Thank you for hopping on. It was nice to meet you. We're glad to have you join us. If you ever join again, I've got a lot more questions for you. I always have a lot of questions for people. Who are you, and what are you doing, and what are you writing, and where are you in the world, and do you like it there? Those are just like some of my base questions. All right. Well, I think I'm going to need to take a break. Speaking of taking breaks, what if I break with my pattern and do a quick sprint rather than a full 25-minute one? I know I personally wouldn't mind taking a little breather, standing up, stretching my legs, walking around a little bit. So I'm thinking about all of the choices that I have. Maybe a 10-minute, maybe a 15-minute. I don't have a 15-minute timer on here, so 10 minutes it is. Let's do a quick, like, 10-minute time block. Let's get that ready to go. So it will challenge us to get things done quickly, or maybe it would be a good section of time for you. Oh, a good block of time for you if you need to go and do something as well. You did it for a 10-minute productivity block. Okay. And we got that going. Let's do it. Let's dive into it. Whoops, wrong button. Okay. This is going to be great. Have a good one. even though I knew that I had chosen a shorter time block, I made the decision. I consciously made the decision when it ended. I was like, no, but it's okay. It's fine. We have 2 people joining the show today. Joining the show. I've been editing my podcast, and so I say things like that. 2 people join the live stream. It's Francis and Sako. Nice to see you both. Francis. Francis went through a traumatic day with me when everything was going awry last Tuesday. It was internet issues. Listen to this, Francis, if you're still here peeking in. I did some problem solving this week. And so I got a new coaxial cable to move my router closer to me. And I got an Ethernet cable to connect directly to it. And then I had to get an adapter to plug it into my computer, which arrived from Amazon yesterday. And oh my gosh, the difference is just bonkers how fast my internet is. The speed with which the pages load and videos load is amazing. And so I don't think that I will deal with that issue again. I do think that now that, I'll still use wireless for like my Fire Stick, my phone and everything, but for actual work, it is amazing how much faster this is. And I think it's going to save me a lot of frustration. And it should prevent, unless, the internet goes out or something, it should prevent choppy, slow down internet. Choppy, slow down internet is the official term for the live streams. So I'm really so happy about that. Sako says, got visited by a witch burner. I'm sorry, Sako. I don't know why people don't just mind their own business, and I don't know why people can't just be kind to others. You have the right to do things your way on your channel because it's yours. So I'm really sorry that happened. I'm going to guess, though, so many people. You have so much community here on YouTube as an author tuber. I'm going to guess. I'm hoping you had people who were there with you, who were able to kind of surround you with some support. Yeah, I hope that you felt some support and love from the people who were there with you. Ally is greeting. You thought Jesus was a kind sort. Unfortunately, those who follow him don't always do the best job reflecting how he actually was. And it's sad. It's sad. It's hard. So I'm sending you loving vibes. And then Francis says, yes, thank you. Happy could not only solve the issue, but got an even better connection. Yes, out of a crappy situation came a lot of good things, silver linings. If it hadn't happened, I wouldn't have known, I wouldn't have ever thought to even try it. And now it's going to have a positive effect in a lot of different areas of life. Yes, you are so correct. Ally, yes, Ally. I think Ally, Ally told me that her head was better by the time she went to bed yesterday, which is good. It's just always a bad feeling. Also, but I mean, talk about a trooper, right? Ally had a headache last night, but she carried on. Sako, you have mods now. Excellent. Let them take care of it. Kick them out of there. Oh, Ally. Ally just needed a good cry for her head to feel better. Must have been, sometimes like an emotional release is what we need. And sometimes it's just like, might not ever even know it. So good. I'm glad that you are so much better, doing better still today, Ally. And yes, let's focus on loving, kind, positive vibes Those are the only kind of vibes I want ever. Always. What are we working on today? So Frances, what are you up to? You said that you were just kind of peeking in, hopping on. Are you doing anything fun tonight? Frances, I think it was you, Frances, that commented like, wow, my Friday nights look a lot different during COVID. So what are you doing anything fun tonight? Making your own fun, as one might say. Sako, you're writing this morning, presumably, or maybe editing. And then Allie, are you still working on you got your Etsy posting uploaded, so now I do not know what else you're doing. I am pretty close to, let's see, I think I just managed to schedule my episode for the first week of April, the social media for it on Facebook. And now I'm going to just take like a couple minutes to do that on Instagram as well, because it's just like kind of a copy and paste job, and on Twitter, schedule that on Twitter through Buffer. And then once I do that in this next sprint, hopefully that'll just take a few minutes. And I'm going to work on the part of this episode that I needed to write, which I forgot I needed to add in. But this episode is about gratitude, and what I had decided to do was engage in my own gratitude practice, which I did pretty solidly for a little over a month, and until December 17th. And then it's like, well, I know exactly what happened. It was holiday time. It was busyness. And then after the holidays for me, so okay, we got some more comments. Okay, I'll finish my thing and then I'll comment on these. For me, the nonprofit that I co-founded and that I work for serves survivors of human trafficking. And January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. And so that's always a super busy time, even during the pandemic, when, usually we got a lot of like speaking engagements. And so that was different this year, but it's busy in like a different way. It was interesting. So January is super busy for me. February, I started doing live streams, and that changed my morning routine. I had been doing my gratitude journal with like morning pages, and I'm still sorting out how to continue doing those practices while doing live streams. This is still pretty new. I think this is maybe week 5 or 6 for me doing these. So working all of that out still, but I did get a solid 6 weeks in, and so I'm actually looking forward to looking through what I wrote down, because I don't remember anymore, and seeing if there's like any patterns or anything like that. So that'll be fun. That's what I'll be working on this next live stream, or this next time block. Let's see here. Ooh, Sako, you must be a graphic designer. Very cool. Working on a logo for a client. Graphic designer or artist in another way. Yes, Morgan is a good vibes person as well. For sure. I know this because I know her personally. I can attest to that fact. Allie finally did her first Instagram reel. It cut off a little short again, but it was better. Okay. Yeah, stuff like that just like takes so much practice before you can figure it out. But that's good. You just got to do it that first time, right? Frances just came from work. Ooh, a bubble bath in the midst of a snowstorm. You yearn for the warm weather. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Frances. I hope spring arrives pretty darn soon. But it sounds like a bubble bath in the midst of the snow is an excellent coping mechanism while you wait for spring. So I hope that's nice for you. I hope it can help you chill, but not chill, warm up actually. Gratitude is a great process. I agree. I really want to get back into it. Oh, this is a kefir, and I always want to say wheatgrass. I always want to say wheatgrass. Flaxseed. What? Why? Why does my brain get it wrong every time? Anyway, yes, gratitude. What I learned about gratitude in the research for this episode last fall was, I think that we associate gratitude with like good like helping us like soul wise and mental health. But this research based on science was saying that like it helps lower your blood pressure and lowers your heart, improves your heart rate. I was just saying all this a little while ago. Like it has all of these, like when you do it consistently over time, massive like physiological and like pretty deep psychological effects. It's so interesting. It continues to surprise me. Oh, yes. Ally's Instagram handle, which she has posted, just her name, AllyDeatherageArt. Yes, I agree. Stay warm, Francis. Go get warmed up. I was glad to have you here for the time that you could join us before your bubble bath. All right. Well, my friends, I think that this is a good time to fire up our next live stream, our next time block. I guess I'm ironically having trouble with words today. We all have our moments. Okay, our little timer is going to start us off. Did the wrong one. It's the wrong timer. Redo. First, of course, we have a live or a StreamYard. Oh no, what just happened? Wow, guys, you know what? I'm really messing this up right now. Here we go. It's coming. There we go. All right. Mulligan, right? Do-over. 25-minute time block. I cannot believe that time block ended. Usually I'm keeping an eye on it, but I was so into what I was doing, I had no idea. Hello, Allie Alexis in the Lytham St. Anne's, plural, Lytham St. Anne's, in the UK. Nice to see you here. Yes, so I didn't get quite, well, I got a good start on what I was working on. Got the social media stuff done in just a few minutes like I had hoped. And then I started writing out this new section for the podcast episode that I needed. I'm almost done with that. So this podcast is about gratitude. And I was reviewing the gratitude journal that I kept for about 6 weeks last fall. And it was just interesting to see. I'm kind of going through and categorizing things right now. In my podcast, the research that I read said gratitude practice can include being grateful for very specific things, like tangible specific things, or I guess like a relationship, a person. A relationship isn't tangible. Oh, a person is. But it can also be like being thankful for more abstract concepts, like faith, or an example was like having freedom of speech, the freedom to vote, that kind of stuff. So I was curious to see if I leaned more toward one than the other. I think that I leaned more toward, oh, by the way, I was writing these things down 3 times a day. I leaned more toward the tangible, specific stuff. I was just getting into looking through the more abstract things. For me, it was, like faith-based stuff. Oh, I forgot to write down that I wrote several times that I was thankful for my car. It's a big one. There were a few funny things too. On November 14th, I wrote that I was thankful for bacon. And I am still thankful for bacon to this day. I wrote, I was thankful for NaNoWriMo. That's awesome. That was on November 16th. There's a YouTuber named Amy Landino. I wrote her down 3 times. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm really super thankful for her. I must have been watching so I'll sometimes do like chunks of time where I watch a bunch of videos by someone. It was fun because it made me remember my Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving is something that I just celebrate by myself at this point. Because I spend a lot of time in Iowa with family at Christmas. And my Thanksgiving was so great last year. It was reminding me of that. Anything else that's fun? I was thankful for snow on December 16th because we get snow so infrequently here. Usually, little did I know that it would snow again on New Year's Eve, and I would wake up to a fresh blanket of white snow on New Year's Day, and that we would get a record-breaking blizzard just about 2 months later. Exactly 2 months later. So it's interesting. It is an interesting time capsule. And I wrote that I was excited for Christmas. And then, so that was December 17th. And then on December 28th, my last entry, thankful that I had a good Christmas, thankful that Christmas is over. Both of those things. It was just a lot. So there we go. Okay, Allie Alexis is here. We mentioned that. Instead asking why Spock's death scene in Wrath of Khan looked like Benedict Cumberbatch's Wrath of Khan Star Trek movie. Why does this look like Star Trek? Okay. That's interesting. I have seen those, but it's been a really long time. It's been a few years, Allie. But you are very passionate about this. That's awesome. I like it. We got our twins here. Oh, that's too bad that you missed Sako's stream, Allie. You were thankful for no snow. It's just that we get snow so infrequently in Oklahoma that I'm always thankful for it when it does happen. But then it really went overboard this year. Actually, it wasn't the snow so much as the super cold weather that the power grid, it's not the snow's fault, it's the power grids down here in the South that were sorely lacking in preparation for actual cold weather. But it was pretty, but it does make life harder, that's for sure. Yeah, winters are much easier down here than where I grew up. Looks like the new Star Trek. Okay. Right. Okay. I think I understand what you're getting at. What are you working on, Alexis? Are you writing right now? We had a new person join. Oscar, welcome if you're still here. Oscar's last name is Winters, and we're talking about winter. I guess there's a link there. I like to think it. Let's see here. Not working on anything. That's all right. You can join in the stream if you're just chilling. Yeah, okay. So she's asking why old Star Trek movies look like new Star Trek. That's what I thought you were getting at, but I'm not. It's been long enough since I saw it that I wasn't exactly sure. But yes. The thing about being young is that you're still just figuring stuff out. It's kind of nice to be older, I think, because you just have so many awesome life experiences to draw from. Oscar is still here. Wonderful. And Allie cleaned her room before he got. Yeah, I think that counts. I think that definitely counts. Okay, gosh, I guess is this going to be the last one? This might be the last one. Oh man, I really want to get this written out and at least recorded before the end of the day. So probably what I'll do is I'll do another 25-minute block right now, and I'm gonna have to turn my heat off because that's running. That will affect the recording. So I'm gonna do a 25-minute block now. I'll see where I am at the end, and then if I'm not done, I'm thinking that I will probably do like maybe a 10 or 15-minute time block after this, just to wrap up. Because if I get so close to finishing something and it's not quite done, it's really hard for me to break away. I just want to finish it. Oh, Oscar is researching dialysis. Okay. Well, whatever situation, or if you're just out of curiosity, wishing you all the best, no matter what. Okay. Missed the break. Yes, sometimes I get so into what I'm working on or thinking about when I'm watching other people's live streams that they're like 5 minutes into a break and I have to like go back, and sometimes I go back and watch if I missed it, because you might miss something, you know? I don't think you missed a whole lot with this one. For your book, thankfully, not for you. Got it. Okay, that's interesting. Yes, writers research so many interesting things, such a wide variety of stuff. It's fun to have writer friends and talk about like the way that our search history looks. I have some friends whose search history could look problematic, like crime wise. Writers are a special group. Okay, let's go ahead and fire this one up. So it's the last 25-minute time block, and then most likely we'll have an additional short one to wrap things up afterwards. It'll start us off here in just a second. Ooh, I just barely made it. I just wrapped up recording that section. Let me get it before I don't want to accidentally lose it. Let me get it saved and sent to myself. Wow. But we didn't hear the sound of the timer going off. Whoa, hang on there, buddy. Moved on to a different timer. Because when I tend to get distracted by outside noise, so like dogs barking or music or just about anything. And so when I'm recording, I like to listen just softly to like some rain noise or something like that, because something would have to be really loud and pretty close to my house for it to pick up, because I've tested that, but it just distracts me. So then anyway, that's how that'll happen. Okay, sending to my Dropbox. Okay. Hooray, and it went pretty well. I have some things to edit out, but it should go pretty quick. It was 8 minutes and 16 seconds. What the heck? How is my internet slowing down when I'm plugged in? Oh, I thought that I had, okay, must have just literally been not the Wi-Fi, but the internet itself. Now it's like a trauma trigger when I see the little symbol that's like your internet is slow. And I'm like, no, I solved this problem. Okay. What am I holding? This is a homemade pop filter. Yes. Basically, I'm going to have an episode about this. I started and continue to do this podcast for mostly $0. I record on my phone. My editing app is $0. Yeah, everything I did was for no money invested, but a lot of research to make sure that the sound quality is really good. And a pop filter is a big part of it. And so you can buy them, which would be good if I could get one to like clamp to my desk and I wouldn't have to hold it. But also, what's the big deal about holding it? So I did some research and I stretched an old nylon sock that had lost its mate over this plastic hanger. And that's what I use for my pop filter. And it works perfectly, literally perfectly. So Allie Alexis was so confused. Yes, this is it. My homemade with this little knot that I tied. There's runs in the stocking, but it doesn't matter because it's over a hanger. Okay, so it is now noon my time. And so now the decision is if I should I had thought that I might do one additional short time block after this. Yeah, I think I will, because even if I can't get it fully edited, I can get it downloaded, I can get it incorporated into the episode, and I can run some editing filters for the sound quality. And then it won't take a lot to get back into it, probably during AllyDeatherage's sprints tomorrow, which will begin at 9 a.m. Central Time. Okay, yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll do one last 15 minutes. I want to do 15 minutes, and I just don't have a 15-minute timer on my, oh, no problem. I'll just do the 20-minute timer, and I'll start it at 15 minutes. Problem solving. Okay. Let's see here. Muted for one last 15-minute productivity block. Oh, yeah, it's fine. Not a big deal. I don't wear it very often. Okay. You know, actually the thing is that a lot of hairs stick to it, and so I keep noticing like hairs and picking them off. All right. Let's go ahead and get this started. StreamYard. Okay. Um, 15 minutes. Get set. Okay, and away we go. It is decision time. I have 3.5 minutes left to edit on this new section I did. I had time to upload it, incorporate it into the episode, apply all of my sound quality filters, and I got over halfway through editing it. I did all of that in 15 minutes. You all, I can't stop now. I knew this was going to happen. I knew that I would get so close to finishing something and then be like, no, I can't stop yet. I think I'm going to do one more 10-minute time block. That ought to do, no, I'm going to do another 15. 15 minutes will enable me to finish it. And that will be a huge weight off my shoulders. Because then I can literally everything else for this episode, I took the 3-syllable word and I made it into 2 syllables. Everything else is done. When I finish these 3.5 minutes and do a few last checks, I can upload it and it'll be done through the first week of April. Allie, one more sprint. 10 more sprints. Devin, you would. I appreciate the enthusiasm. We're doing it, y'all. We're doing it. So muted for one last 15-minute productivity block is actually accurate. Unlike last time when it was a lie, an unintentional lie. But if I'd really dug deep, I would have known better. Okay, 15:09, good enough for me. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Did you see my victory dance? There were some punches. There were some like, isn't this like a King Kong in the video game or Donkey Kong? Doesn't it do like, I don't know what I'm talking about. All I know is that I did a victory dance. It was touch and go there for a second. I was editing like the wind as fast as I could. And then I had to wait for it to export as an MP3. And then it uploaded super quickly to Anchor because of my lightning fast wired internet connection. And then I had to wait for Anchor to process it. Processing. And I was doing my like Mr. Smithers. I was like, is it going to make it? Is it going to make it? And it did. With like a minute and a half to go, that's when I engaged in my victory dance. And now I'll show you, guys, on today's, can you see it? It's going to be hard to do at this angle. On today's live stream, I finalized not two, but 3 podcast episodes. 3 of them. Now, they were at different phases, but that means like edited, finalized, uploaded, scheduled to be published, finalized social media graphics, uploaded those, wrote captions, scheduled all of the social media for them. 3 episodes today. I am so excited about this. After, I think this is week 5 of doing these live streams. And it's like I started off doing them and I was like, wow, I'm getting so much more done than I used to by maximizing my morning hours. But then it felt like it tapered off and I was just in the midst of a bunch of things. And I was like, none of them are finished. But much more of them are finished now. This is very exciting. Okay. Now I got to get through April, but that'll be good. I am going to just celebrate now. I'm going to go heat up some gluten-free chicken nuggets in a toaster oven. This office is a mess. I mean, it's a mess. Basically, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different books and journal type things. Pens, pencils, very office-y things strewn about. 3 cups of some kind, multiple pens and pencils. I'll throw away my wrapper, and I'm going to leave it like this. I'm just going to shut everything down and walk away and celebrate getting this stuff accomplished. Thank you to everyone who is here today. Devin, it was positively delightful to see you in my live stream. I know you're participating in a lot of different ones, so it's a real privilege to have you here. Allie, wonderful to have you. Thank you for your positive, encouraging words as always. Reading, writing, and applause. That's what you do. And everyone who is here, even for a few minutes, and hopefully you all got some things accomplished as well. Join us. When I say us, join Allie's live stream tomorrow. And I say us because I'll be there in the comments to say hello to you. Devin, I am everywhere. Ominous, but still delightful. Devin is something of a celebrity in the AuthorTube community. Okay. Allie, I'll talk to you very soon. Thank you for calling me Marvelous Melissa. It has been a marvelous live stream indeed. Have a wonderful weekend, and I'll see you all the next time. Bye.